All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Well. Okay, let's get it on. So we're gonna be working today on the textures. Even though this guy needs a little more working on the sense of like adding more tertiary shapes and stuff like wrinkles and other things. But I would like to show first like what is my texture process, which in this case we're gonna use Substance Painter, but of course you can use even Marmoset itself, like you have texture thing, like you have a texture tool here, or you can use like the old ways Photoshop and everything. So for this, in this case, I'm gonna use my B-Face albedo color. Actually, let me import first the model. I'm gonna create a new project here. Yeah, this is perfect. I'm gonna use 2K. Gonna leave everything by default. Let me check the color. DDT raw. Yeah, I'm using the color space OCO, which is basically like ACES. ACES is a color configuration for for basically for the color LUT. So is the standard one, but you can use as well, like for example ACES 1.2. I mean, it depends of your project. You can even use the Substance one, but yeah, I'm not sure what is the color space that actually Substance is using. Probably is RGB, like a linear one, or you can use ACES 1.2. It depends of the color you're gonna use for the render. We're gonna try ACES 1.2. I'm gonna see if actually how it works. um, I'm gonna select my file. In this case, I'm gonna import my FX file, the same one that we used yesterday. So let me actually import it, and I'm gonna talk about like a little setup that we need to use before actually doing it in there. So when I load my mesh here in Substance, one thing you're gonna notice is my texture set here is called like the same name as I have my geometry. Um, that might help. Sometimes when you export the texture, for example, let's say when you finish your texture and then you export it, you're gonna have all this name, like before they actually gonna, the map itself. So one thing that I like to do is, in this case, we can use, for example, let's say, I don't know, like face or skin, something like that. Because in the case, it's gonna be more short as well, and we know that actually we are working on this guy though, so the same. So let me check one thing before. If I press F2, I'm gonna see my UVs. So I'm checking that everything is right. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so my model in this case is, like I said before, I'm using a second division, uh, which is like, for texturing and everything is a little like you have more information there, and actually it's better for it, like when you work on the details and everything. So I always use the second level instead of the first one because you have more details there. So let's import first my textures, and again in my, let's see if you can see, well, I don't have the preview here, but I can import my albedo first, and I can use the utility. Where's the utility? The channel, yeah, this one. And I'm gonna show you now how to use it. Let's import it. Then I'm gonna import it in the texture. We're gonna use what we might need to save first the model, but project. But I'm gonna show you now. What is this thing? Yeah. So I'm gonna create a new layer, a fill layer here, and now I'm gonna actually silence my phone. So in this case, if I use my color, for example, yeah, right now this is what is happening when you use ACES, because my color space is not set in the correct one. So it should be. Let me see if I can find it. I can't remember if it's utility raw, utility. No, it's not this one. TDS RGB, linear RGB. I think it's this. Yeah, this one. So for when you're working on ACES, like everything that it comes with color, usually you have to use utility linear sRGB, and everything that is like, for example, in this case, like the utility, we're gonna use instead raw. So if you go to utility, let's go all the way down and go to utility raw. So maybe in this case, let me check if I go to my map here, base color. Try with the linear sRGB. Yeah, okay, I think because I have sRGB color here, I might need to use like a utility linear sRGB because I have color information there. But if it's only like one, let's say one channel, for example, if you go here and add a label, and I want to see only the air, for example. Let me try to. I had to put it 0 here. Yeah, the filter here, I'm gonna saturate it because I don't want to see like the color. So this is basically my, let's wait. This is my air channel in the utility, right? Which represents my roughness, sort of say, or let's say this. Yeah, I think it's more, no, I think it's more like the specular. But if you go to my, let's put it 0 and let's go to the green. So this one is the melanin, and the blue should be the what is it called, like the cavity map. This is the cavity map. There you go. So we can use all this channel for different use cases. For example, this one we can use it for like adding more, information where basically everything that is black is gonna be less less shiny, right? More rough, and what is everything that is white is gonna be more, or actually less rough. You're gonna see more glossiness there, like more shininess. So, but in this case, I'm gonna start working with the only with the color. So let's call it base. Oops. Since I'm streaming, I think it's gonna be. Actually, let me try something here. Let me delete this one. Yeah. Okay. So one thing we can do here is I'm gonna do a test. I'm gonna duplicate this one. I use this color that we have now, like the base one. Let me copy here. Let's use albedo. Okay, this is not looking great because my albedo in this case should be because it's a linear, right? I had to deactivate the sRGB color space. Yeah, okay, so I need to add more color information here, right? So as you can see, my color actually is contributing to, to the basically the like the not only the color itself but as well to the scatter. So one thing that you might notice now is when you're working on the scatter color, for example, like the scatter depth, right? If you see, for example, here, let me see. Now you can see like my scatter has like a different color there because like the base color itself is like it has information, right? So it's gonna use the color of my diffuse and actually apply it to the scatter itself. And that's very important because when you're working on the texture, you have to make sure that when you add colors, for example, you have to make sure that the colors are applied in the right in the correct place and everything. So you have to make sure that everything is, you know um, basically using the information from the real world in a sense, right? Like for example, you're gonna have more red in the cheeks and more yellow in the forehead, but of course you have to use the reference as well, like in this case this guy, for example, in the show, because it's like a cowboy show, the guy has definitely more color, like more red colors going on there because of the sun and everything. So we're gonna try to use that information, for making all likeness in a sense. So let's go and so okay, so in this case, one thing I can add here to uh, let me actually say before. So if you remember in the my utility map has different channels like RGB, so we can already use this one, for example, like the RGB channels here, just as a as a preview in the sense. But of course, we're gonna calibrate. We're gonna keep working on that. Actually, adding like different information. But if I bring my XYZ utility linear sRGB utility linear sRGB, so we're gonna use, for example, let me check. Actually, deleted the thing here. So we can use the air channel. Let's wait, because this is kind of heavy actually. So if I change between RGB channel here, it means like you can change between the information that we have in the three channels, right? Each one is gonna have like their own information. For example, the B is gonna have, like I said before, the cavity map. This is like of course, this is like a base, not. I mean, you don't have to use it like for the final thing, but you can use it as a base for, for, let's say, for the look depth. When you're working on the first, let's say, first interaction of look depth, you can use it as a base. So if I go back to the air channel, you're gonna see, in this case, I have, like I say, I don't know if it's roughness or maybe it's clear coat, something. So I know that I have more information here, like this. In this case, for example, the white is gonna give me more. In the case of the roughness, it's gonna give me more shininess, and the opposite in the black is gonna give me like less shininess, right? So let me check the green in this case. I mean, we can use this one there, but inverted. And if we can use here, for example, if we go geometry, I see only their glossiness. There you go, yeah. So we're gonna have more information here of the shininess of the texture. So we go draft, and then I'm gonna do something quick here. I'm gonna go to black because I want to see what is going on with this texture. There you go. So this is more like a try and error and see. So you can see if you move, for example, in this case, the roughness all the way to the zero, which means I don't have, everything is gonna, in this case, is inverted, of course. But if you go all the way to to one, for example, right, we're gonna have more shininess in, like, for example, in this case, we're gonna have more shininess in this area here, right? So we're gonna have more shininess on the top of the nose. So we can use as well, let me try something here. I'm gonna use in my air channel, and we're gonna deactivate this one and put it like 0.48 like we have before, and then reduce the intensity. So we're gonna have more information there. And then bring up the color. There you go. So like I said before, this is more like a reference, but we're gonna use like as a base. And then we can use here in the options occlusion, we're gonna have this option here which is called cavity, and we're gonna use the B channel here, channels. I'm gonna change it to B. So what is gonna happen with this one is we're gonna have, let me check if we can do like something really like crazy in the sense of like, this has to be very subtle, but I want to do it like very crazy so you guys can see it in the stream. Let me actually draft. There you go. So if you can see my color information here, if I reduce the diffuse cavity, right, you can see now more contrast in the color. Actually, let me go to render pass, albedo. There you go. Let me see if you can. No, I can't do it here. Where you can see here IDs roughness maybe. No, gray. No, can't see the much here. But anyway, so I can do it here. So if I move the diffuse cavity, you're gonna see like you have more, more information, like more contrast in the diffuse itself, because the cavity map has like information there, like it has like the bumps is gonna be more white, and the opposite is gonna be more like the cavity is gonna be more dark, and the same can be applied for the specular, right? So which means again in my case I'm gonna have more specularity on the like in the pores, right? So this is gonna automatically is gonna look better, like more realistic, and we can, well, here you can see like a little bit of problem here, but we can fix it in. Let me see if you can see it here. Yeah, I don't know why it's not visible. I think it's because when I use a draft, it doesn't show like the scatter. But yeah, so the point is we can see here. You go here. So okay, this is working. This is working fine actually. Let me change the lighting situation. This one is more even. So yeah, this one looks better because I can see better like the colors and specular and everything. Of course, my skin now looks like a little bit too much shininess going on there, but maybe because I have secondary. Cool. So this is a good base. Let me go back to Substance Painter. So okay, so as I said before, we're gonna use this as a base. Actually, change the roughness here. And I'm gonna save this. Save as Substance Painter. I'm gonna create a new folder. Um, so one thing that I like to do in this case is, first, let's wait for a second. One thing that I like to do when I'm working on the texture is, first off, I like to use the same HDRI that I'm using in the look dev. For example, in this case, I'm using the Artist Workshop, the one that I shared yesterday. I'm gonna add a little more. Let me see here. Yeah, this is correct. This is RGB, and I'm gonna let me add more, a little more exposure there, and I'm gonna change my camera as well, because right now my camera is like the length is something that is like a fisheye or something, and I don't like to work with that. Let's say 35 something, so it's more flat. Can even go in 55 something. And you can add as well, like if you want, you can use shadows. So, but I don't recommend like using like the shadows too heavy. Like you can use something between 40 because it's gonna give you like a too much information there. And then yeah, with it we can working on the text too. So change as well the color of the background, so I don't have like too much. What is the color? Well, I think I had to change here. LCD to have the. So with it we can start working on the texture, right? So check the rhythms working fine here. Audio, yeah, okay. We have music. I think we have music. So now that I have this scene here set up, we need to do like a few things. Um, one thing that I like to do is I like to work with different colors. For example, this case I have my base, right, which is the B face texture, but we're gonna try to work on the on texture, like painting basically by hand certain things, like for example like things that have, the guy for example has like a specific color information on the skin, or maybe like specific features like molds or freckles, whatever. So in this case we're gonna use more red in the skin, because right now this one looks like very neutral. So we're gonna try to work on that now, on like adding more variation in texture. So we're gonna color or skin, let's say. So first thing, we're gonna create a new fill layer, and it's gonna be only on the color. Say around red. And we're gonna create a black mask, and then we can use a paint. We can use symmetry as well, because in this case let's try shadow sections would be fine. There you go. So we're gonna use in this case actually one of the brushes here, I think is Bane's. But of course I had to change the color here because right now it's like orange. What's the color here? It's on around here. Let's use the let me check something here. I'm gonna share a reference for color. So the idea of the color when you paint in skin is you have to use like different colors depending of the area of the skin. Like in this case, for example, we're gonna see more red in this area, more yellowish in this area, and more blue this area. In this case, you're gonna see more yellow because actually it's where you're gonna see more yellows in the part of we have like the basically less blow how you call it, like blood vessels, or you can see more like the bones and stuff, right? And everything that is more blue, more red is gonna be more blood vessels, and you have more blue because you have the you have the beard and stuff. In this case of the mains, for example, like a main, you're gonna have like the shadow of the like the beard, and depending of the kind of like skin, right? You're gonna see less, more red, more yellowish, depending of the skin as well. Like in this case, for example, you can see like a lot of variation there, and again in this case it's different because this guy doesn't have like the skin is more more white, more caucasic. So we're gonna try to work on this. So let's go there. Okay, so we're gonna add more red here, like the veins and stuff. But this is gonna be like very subtle. So we're gonna reduce now the intensity. Right now it's too heavy. So you can see like with this, just with this red, you're gonna see more like more information there, more like it's gonna feel more live. But we can add more colors for sure. Like in this case, use something like 24 or something. So we can add red here, like all the cheekbones and the nose, the ears. See, add more. See, yeah. And we're gonna see as well more in this area. Although we can separate it, so it's better if you have like separate layers in the case. So we're gonna have like for this one, we can duplicate this one. So let's say let's do it like red cheeks. And we're gonna duplicate this one, and we can put it like neck, for example. Delete again. So we're gonna have more red around here. Right, so we can use as well, like instead of the veins, we can use one that I like a lot, is the noise. Nice. Sorry, dirt, that's the name. It's not noise, dirt. Okay, use dirt 1. It's gonna give you like a little more variation there. Of course, we're gonna again reduce the intensity. 24. This is gonna be like around the same. I'm gonna paint a little bit here because I think it went too far. So now, again, reduce intensity. So of course we need to try first like this one in like we're gonna do like a lot of texture tests in LookDev, right? Because we might need to like go back and add more collaboration and stuff, or maybe we have too much, so we can go back and then and try it. So let's duplicate this one and we're gonna call it yellow, or let's say blue. In this case we're gonna use the first blue. Let's put it on top. In this case I'm gonna change it to blue, like again, because we're gonna follow this structure here, right? Like blue in more the jaw and stuff. So we're gonna do the same here. So we're gonna use like a blue, around blue dark. There you go. And we're gonna paint as well like a mask. Dirt. So we're gonna add blue around here. But this is gonna be as well like very subtle, like we're gonna reduce a little bit the intensity here, and maybe I have to go a little more dark. So we're gonna have a blue for the beard, and we're gonna have another blue for like the head, right? Because this guy is bald at the moment, but of course he needs hair later. So we're gonna do the same for the head. Of course we're gonna add the hair later, but it's good if you have colors. You have a base here. Rotate the light a little bit. There you go. So we're gonna check. Let's see. Maybe we can go a little more dark. Somewhere here. And we can add as well like a little of blur, because right now, like if I can see the mask here is like too perfect, right? So it needs a little blur, so we're gonna use a filter, and then we're gonna use blur filter here. So if you go to my mask, if I press Alt click on the mask, we can preview it. So we're gonna use something like, let's say maybe 1. So we can paint back. We can paint a little bit. We can use one of the normal brushes like the soft. Size. Okay, use the flow a little less. Opacity. Use a little more opacity because I don't want to feel like too much sharpness on the corners. Let me know, guys, if the music is too loud, something. I'm used to work with music because I have more I like to concentrate a little more with music. Let me delete a little more here. So I'm gonna. So let's go back to the color. So definitely I need to reduce the intensity. So we can use the C. Can use C for preview the channels. We're gonna check, or we can go here as well by color. Right, so it's not bad. We're gonna add more yellow here. So this is going to be, let's duplicate this one and put it like on top. Let's call it yellow. Actually, before going to the forehead, we're gonna add more like purple around the eyes. So usually you see like a purple color around the eyes, like in this area. Let me see if I can show you, for example, yeah, like here, like purple, bluish, you know, like around here. So we're gonna have more color. Let's duplicate this one. Eyes. And let's paint this one here. Let's add the paint. There you go. It's painted out. Alright, yeah, it's painted. Let me see. Okay. Yeah, it's too much. Like I need to add more. Here, but I definitely need to add. Like they had to repaint a little bit the mask because I think it went too far. This is very subtle, so it's gonna be like around here. I'm gonna reduce as well, like the intensity. There you go. And then we're gonna have the yellow. This is going to be yellow. Here, and this is going to be on the forehead, basically, right? So let's delete this one. Let's paint it again. Sorry here. But it's gonna be like very subtle as well, because it's not gonna be too much visible. Then we're gonna reduce the intensity as well. There you go. Save it. Now one thing that I like to do is I like to add a noise on top. Like let's say for example with a color I can use fill noise. Noise. What are you gonna use instead of UV projection? We're gonna use triplanar because it's gonna be more like a, you know, it's gonna be more like a box instead of like a UV projection, and actually it's better when you use it like this kind of noises. Let me change the scale. Let's say 4 for example. And then we can use like a blend node. Soft light. But we have to use well, I can't right now which one is the color. Actually, let me do something very like quick here. I'm gonna use one of the smart material that comes with you know, with substance. Try this one because there is one specific thing that I really like, which is like a color version node. But I can't remember which one is. Oh, one thing that I forgot to do actually is you know, import the information from you know, the wrinkles and stuff. So I'm gonna bring that up. I'm gonna import that the one that I exported yesterday. Textures. I'm gonna use texture from here. Let's import the normal map. Texture. Let's import it, and then we can use it here. And we can use it in the, where's the channels? Yeah, normal map. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. Because we're gonna bake now the ambient occlusion. First off, I'm gonna save this. We're gonna bake. We're gonna use the curvature, position, ambient occlusion, world space normal, and thickness. We're gonna bake it using the normal map that we make. So let's use 4K. in the anti-aliasing, I'm gonna use 4x4, which is give you like a little more like soft in the edges. Ambient occlusion. I mean, we can add more resolution here, but I feel like it's gonna crash because I'm streaming now. So let's try with this value here, and when you can bake it as it is now, let's bake it. There you go. Okay, so I have my bakes. Let me check the curvature. Yeah, the curvature is, yeah, it's kind of weird because actually one thing that I forgot to do is if I go to the curvature, I have to use the generate from normal map, which means if I have a normal map, right, you can use the normal map as a base for making the curvature map. So this is like a sort of like a cavity map, and actually this is gonna work pretty fine for detailing certain parts, especially for roughness. Right, so in this case, for example, let's go here. Please don't crash. Okay, just save it because this could crash in any moment, honestly. Let me see something here. Check. There's one specific thing that I like to use in the one of the smart materials that comes with Substance Painter. I can't remember if it's the Fractal. No, this one maybe surface skin. No, this is for detail. I don't like this. Top color dots. Maybe this one. Let me try another skin here. Let's try skin face. I'm using skin human simple. Try skin face. There you go. Yeah, I think it's this one. Let me try put it here, like on top. This one is specific that I like to use. I add like more like information there, like more variation in the color. Skin patches, actually can use it. Maybe with less. So we're gonna use a few of them. Gonna give you like more variation in the color. Skin pores, no, I'm not gonna use this one. This one not, this one not. Yeah, this one is pretty fine, but I don't know why it's not. Let me try the color here, color space, it's perfect. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna use this one. So we're gonna we're gonna use the curvature map now for adding more like variation in the keying. So let's add now a new fill layer, and this one is gonna be my curvature, or actually in this case cavity. We're gonna use black mask with a fill layer. We're gonna use my peg here, my cavity, and in this case, if you go to my map, you know, my mask, I can see that everything that is white is gonna be like on, you know, like basically like my pores, right? So if you go here to my colors, for example, I can go like something like yellowish something there. Here. And of course we can add like another like a, what is called, like a labels for, you know, sharp a little more the how do you call this, like the mask, because right now, you know, you can see like the neutral mask, and then if you add like a labels and sharpen it, like squish it here, so we can see more contrast in the mask itself. So right now, if you go here, I can try overlay or something like that, a different color, soft, and then we can reduce intensity, right? So we're gonna see more like more coloration actually. But of course we might need to paint a little bit later, because right now it's affecting like everything. So I might need to paint here, like around here, maybe like a mask. I don't want to affect like everything in the same level. So we can try different things. Let me try. There you go. And then we can use exactly the same, but inverted. So we can invert the mask. So everything that is inside is gonna be more black or more dark in a sense, right? So if you can see, for example, reference there, let me check. So usually the wrinkles and everything is gonna be more dark in the cavities. Let me check if I can see a reference. Reference that I can see like real, you know, like the wrinkles. Let me try the mic. It's really hard to see, but yeah, you're gonna see like a difference between what is actually wrinkle and what is not, you know. So we're gonna try to do like the same in this case. Let me do something here. Let me check the, yeah, there you go. I'm gonna use something like, actually add think it's inverted. Let me see. Okay, yeah, so I can see there. Maybe it's like the contrast is too much. This case, so in this case we're gonna think one thing I can do is, because I don't want to add like the same thing in everything, so we can add a paint layer. Let me see. We can add like a paint layer first, and then we're gonna multiply this, right? So which means if I paint something here, let me see if this is correct or not. Criminal. Oh, actually no, it's the opposite. This is normal, and this should be multiply. It's like this. Can't remember now which one is the color. It should be here. Let me see. This is not. This is multiply. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So my fill layer on top is gonna be multiply, and my paint layer is gonna be on below, but like a normal. So everything that I'm gonna paint is gonna be visible. So if you go, so yeah, but invert this. Okay, there you go. I think the red now in the chicks has to be a little much. So we can add more. Okay, so this is my diffuse basically, right? So we can, one thing I can do now, since I have my color, like my base color in a way that I like it, but of course we're gonna keep working that. So we're gonna create a new group, a new folder, and I'm gonna call it roughness. So let's use colors here because it's more easy to emphasize a little bit. So for this, we're gonna use a little one trick that I really like to use in this case is we're gonna create first a base color, base roughness, I would say first. That is gonna be my, let's say like around 60, like something that is very rough in the sense, like it's nothing crazy, like six, let's say. This is my best rough. So we're gonna create a new layer. It's gonna be the cavity again, and this one is gonna be 48 ish, and we're gonna create a black mask. Then we can do the same as we did before, a fill layer, then add the cavity. Check something here. Linear sRGB. Okay, I don't know why this. Okay, so we're gonna use the levels again. So now means like, let me add more. So which means is everything that is like it's not cavity is gonna be more shiny, right? In a sense. So if I go to my roughness channel, go here roughness, we're gonna see like aberration there, but this, of course, this is too much. So we're gonna use like around 4. Like the contrast is too high, so I don't need like have too much high difference. But we're gonna see like a difference between there. So this is my cavity, and here we're gonna use the information that we have from the fill layers, from the utility mask, right, coming from VFace. So we're gonna use the same color here, orange. Let's give it a sec because let's save it. Yeah, saving project. Now we're gonna create a new layer. We're gonna call it utility, or let's say util red. Okay, so let me remember. This is like a thing that I had to remember how to do because I did it before. So we have to use an anchor point. Let me do a test here. Let me add fill layer. With the color, well, sorry, in this case with the roughness, and this is going to be my utility. Utility red fill. Okay, so which means like the color I'm using here is gonna be applied to this one. So if you go here, actually it's not correct. I'm gonna use let me add the color here so it's gonna be more visible. Let me add color roughness. Let me add a red, for example. And let's add the black mask. In this case, we're gonna use fill layer, and then we're gonna use an anchor point, which is this one. So which means, as you can see right now, in this new layer that we create, we are using the information from this one here, right? So why that is important? Well, because we can use only the color from the red channel, for example. So we're gonna, let's say, put 0 everything unless the red channel. So we're gonna put everything here, and we're gonna use only the red channel. I don't know why I can't move it. Okay, I think this is a bug because I can move. Oh, there you go. Yeah, for some reason I can't see the color there, but it should be there. So this is a base color, yes, perfect. And why I can't see the color here? It's weird. Okay, definitely I can see here, but for some reason, so I want to only want to use the red channels in this case. So I need to put everything 0 in the green and the blue. Oh, there you go. I can have to move this one here maybe. The green, the red, here. There you go. Okay, I can see. Okay, why this is important? Well, because right now we're using information from the utility mask for drive the color. For example, let me hide this. We can drive the color only in the melanin, for example, in this case. So we can use it for either for adding more like a specularity here. For example, if I add more, less, can change the color just to preview it basically. So we can change the roughness here, for example. It's doing something now. Let me check the roughness. Oh, because I have the cavity on top, maybe. Let me hide the cavity. Okay, yeah, so definitely I can see here. So, which means, in this case, I need to invert it. Yeah. So we're gonna have you can see too much, like the difference. So in this case, we're gonna see more shininess in this area here, right? So we can add a little more contrast. But again, we can use this for the color, so we can duplicate this one, add it in the color as well. So this is like a hack in a sense, because we can use the information from the bface to add information, like more information, right? One thing that I have to do is when you have a anchor point, you have to put it like underneath the map itself, because if it's not underneath, like below, it's not gonna have, like, it's not gonna work. So in this case, we can change it a little more contrast. So it's more like the more variation there, and the same for. So we can use the same for the utility blue. So we're gonna do the same, but in this case we're gonna use only the blue channel. So which means my red channel has to be 0 again. So we go to my, well, actually in this case green, sorry. So the green could be used for, let me see. Oops, I think I have. check something here. I think my disk is full. Let's see. Yeah, when I use System Painter, I always have the same problem, like my cache is always falling in. Something here. Okay, I hope, yeah, now it's working. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we can use the blue. Let me see. Again, we can add more like collaboration there. So the blue, I think, is the melanin in this case. Let me see. Let's see. Of course, in the we can add more variation in the like in the lips as well. So let's duplicate this one and add it in the skin color as well. This one could be more yellowish. There you go. And then in the we're gonna add one for the lips. So we're gonna use lips, and this is gonna be only the roughness. So we're gonna have. So we can add lip. You can add more, like more shininess in, like for example, the nose, like the muscle here. Always forget the name. The lips. So we can add more variation in the roughness here, because right now everything feels like very flat. Let's paint it. Let's see. There you go. Let's put like a color because I can see what I'm painting. There we go. I'm gonna have more shininess here. I mean, we can add like a different mask. We can add more. In this case, we can separate actually. We're gonna have the nose in a separate layer. So let's add only the lips and the like this area here. Very subtle. Okay, so let's check the roughness channel. So yeah, I can see more variation there. And then do this. And since we're using the cavity here, let me check. Yeah, the cavity is gonna add more like variation there. But probably I might need to use this one, the cavity, but inverted, because I want to have more shininess like inside, not outside. So we can copy this one, copy effect, and paste it on top. Paste effect. Filter, no, sorry, filter. Levels. So basically I have that's what I want. I have more shininess on like underneath, you know, like in the cavity basically. But essentially what I need here is gonna add another paint, because I only want to like affect only this area, so I'm gonna multiply it and then paint here. This is only need this area, only the lips in this case. So we can use again and duplicate this one, and we're gonna call it nose. Gonna paint the tip of the nose, which is usually is more. You're gonna see more gloss, more shininess there. There you go. You can reduce a little bit. Let me see on the roughness. Cool, and then we can do the same for eyelids. Right, because in this area, you're always gonna have like more shininess there. Like the water. Okay, so one thing that I noticed is like my eyes here needs to be a little more red, like the eyelids, because if you see the reference, for example, you're always gonna have more reddish. Yeah, you can see here red. So we're gonna add the color there. So we're gonna duplicate maybe red. Let's put it on top. Pink. Spin it here. So you can see here like the reddish, like it's not too much though, like it's something very subtle as well. The lips as well. Especially on the bottom. We can turn off the symmetry. Check the color here. Here we go. Orange. And then we can add like one layer on top, let's say with more like orange color. And this is gonna be, can multiply it or something, you know. Sorry, multiply, overlay, screen, no, soft. I feel like my colors needs a little more cavity though. The cavity is not doing like too much. This one is not doing what I expected. You try duplicate this one. Like a dark color and duplicate inverted. Blend mode. is a little better there. Maybe my color here are gonna add a little more shadow. But let's try now with this information that we have now and export it and check how it looks in the on the look depth. Because right now maybe we might need to add more like orange or something. We can add patches as well. So let me do it now. Like a skin, when you're older and your skin actually is getting like have more like a skin, how do you call this, like skin discoloration, I think is the name. So we can use this one, Dirt 3. There. Can't see too much. Let me add more. There you go. Let's try a different color. Gonna add one more red, but only in the nose. There you go. And let me reduce this one here. Okay. let's try like this and export this color and see how it looks in the look depth, because right now I'm trying to fight it with the color, but until I don't see like the final, you know, like in the final texture, like in the final scene with the lighting and everything, it's really hard to judge. So we're gonna use check the template here. It's going to be PNG, but I want to have like a EXR. Let me create a new layer, a new one. Let's say EXR 4. So we're gonna have like a RGB EXR 30 bits. We're gonna have the base color. Sorry, here. RGB, there you go. This is going to be, let me check. For example, if I copy this one, yeah. So I don't need the mesh, I only need the texture set, underscore, base color, color space, dim. In this case we only have one dim. So this is RGB, let me check this correct. Yeah, so we're gonna have the other one, we're gonna have like the combine it basically. Let's put it here. Let's combine. So essentially what we're gonna do here, I'm gonna, well actually split collapse, there you go. We're gonna combine roughness, metallic, and we can add occlusion or occlusion. So we're gonna have RMO, which is basically we're gonna have roughness in the R channel as a gray channel. Wait, is this correct? Yeah, gray channel. And the G, we're gonna have the metallic. M, and the B, we're gonna have the ambient occlusion, which is here. So RGB, right? So we're gonna combine everything in one texture. What else we need? Let me check. Roughness. Oh yeah, of course, the normal map. It's going to be RGB as well. This is going to be EXR 32 bits. So we're gonna create a new one that is RGB, and this one is gonna be normal map. Well, we can use the one that we already export though, but let's add it because in case we need to add more like details here in Substance Painter, like additional details. Let me add here. Copy, then paste here, and I'm gonna use only texture set. I think it's good. It's perfect. So here we're gonna use in the template the one that we have created, and this is gonna be EXR 32 bits. That's perfect, and then we're gonna put this at 4K, or we can use 8K if you want, but let's say 4K at the moment. And we're gonna export it in my shop. I'm gonna create a new folder, substance, and then save it. I'm gonna save settings and then we export it. So let's check that everything is correct. Texture set underscore base color RMO normal mode. Okay, so let's export it. Done. There you go. Perfect. So let's check the colors here. Oh, actually, what I export here. So skin base color, skin normal utility, and skin RMO utility. Yeah, I'm not sure if I need the color space, but let's try now with monoset. So we're gonna save this. So this is my let's do a render with this one because I want to compare with the one that we have created in Substance Painter. Okay, so let's do a render here. We're gonna it's perfect. Keep it like that. The render image because I want to do it like a compare with the with the regular one and the other one. So let's see. Okay. So this was before yesterday, and this is today with the color brace, and this see now with the color that we have created. So let's go for let's duplicate this one actually, and we're gonna bring workshop texture, some substance. Let's try this one. Kia looks. Yeah, I think it's something wrong with the color. Let me do a test here. Let me try to change to instead of using linear in the tone mapping in the map in the sorry in the camera, we're gonna use aces. Which is basically like the red way you do it. You can see please don't crash. This definitely is not correct. So this is my texture and definitely looks like more pale, which is not correct. Let me actually check something here. Use let me do a test here. Let me try to export it. If we compare this, well, essentially it's not. I mean, it's not that far. Let me actually check my color base. Gonna add the trust. There you go. For this one again. Okay, I can see more contrast, but it's like a try add more like bluish in the color. Much. One thing that I like to do is in the specular, I like to add a little bit blue color. So if you can see, for example, here, let's say, so because it's gonna add more like the color of skin is gonna add more realism. Actually, one thing here in the export, instead of using the in my export, I'm gonna instead of using the ambient occlusion here, we're gonna use the cavity. So we're gonna all the curvature in this case. Oh, uh, yeah. Let's keep like this now. Let's leave it like with the ambient occlusion. Then we can save the curvature in the separate layer and then we can modify it. Let's see here. This one is red. This is too much yellow. Let's try with a different lighting. Okay, this is not bad. This one, try with a different layer. This one. Yeah, this one is more neutral. I really like this one. And let me see the difference. Yeah, this one is red, totally red for some reason. That's because the nature of the like I think this is a like a 8-bit map or something. See the colors here a little more better. Okay, so let's add my roughness map here, my RMO. I'm using the air channel as I did before, like I exported. Okay, so which means it's gonna use all the information that I paint in the in System Painter. Like it's gonna have more. There you go, and then maybe this is too much. Let me see. And then we can use the ambient occlusion from this as well, RMO, but I'm gonna use the P channel and I'm gonna reduce the intensity here. So essentially you're gonna have more darkness in the areas that have more occluded. So you're gonna use very subtle. And we might need to export the cavity as well. Again, I think it's not bad. It's not perfect, but it's not. Let's save this. Change the temperature again. Post processing. Just Then we can add a little vignette, and we can use noise, digital. I'm gonna add, and then let's save it to compare. PN, save it as a GPH, GPEH, and okay. So this is the before, and this is the after. So of course we are looking at more color version, more like more, everything looks more alive. This one is not bad, but feels like a more flat. This one has more variation, more like skin color variation, more work in the roughness. Like I can see more the difference between the like the cavities. Yeah, it's looking great, I think. So definitely we need to work on the eyes and stuff. But since we have another like one hour more, we can do something in Maya actually. We're gonna add a little groom for the beard and for, well, maybe more only for the beard at the moment. Let's use Maya. From, see, let me check one more thing. Checking if I want to add more version somewhere, but I feel like it's not bad. I'm gonna create a new camera. This one is going to be more, same one. Let's call it like telescope. Let's try. This one is more like a sunny light. This one is very nice as well. We're gonna render like a couple of them because it's good if you can see like different lighting conditions and and we're gonna do one more render for like this lighting, this one here. There you go. Okay, so one step further, we're gonna save this and we're gonna use Maya now because we're gonna add a little bit of grooming. So this it's gonna be very quick though. Like I'm not gonna spend too much on that, but it's gonna add one more step of realism. So for this, like a sort of like a base, like a like a initial point, and well, initial base, I would say. Then further you can add more like grooming. Like for example, in this case, we can add the hat, but that will be for another workshop, or maybe I don't know, next week something. Because of course, in this case, well, the hat and the clothes, everything, right? So in order to get the, let's say, nail the likeness, you have to add more elements. Like for example, in this case, grooming is very specific, like the hair, the mustache, the hat, clothes. So everything is gonna add more information, and it's gonna improve the likeness. So it's not only the sculpting, it's not only texture, but as well you have to add elements that bring more realism to the guy, to the character. So let's bring Maya here. So we're gonna use Maya, but again it's gonna be very simple because I'm only gonna work on the rooming, and I'm gonna show you how I do it. So yeah, one thing that I noticed is my model is very tiny. So which means when I use the Maya tools, it's gonna do weird things. So I might need to scale up like 10 times. But when I export when I export well, let's try something here. Let's see if it actually works fine. First off, let's do sanity text first test. So we're gonna use Action Interactive Rooming, right? Which is the easiest one you can use, honestly. Um, let's do a test first. I want to create like a something test. I want to see how. Okay, yeah. This is a problem because my scale is not correct, so everything is gonna look really weird now. So I need to scale up 10 times the model. So 10 times. So which means when I export the groom, I have to scale down 10 times. So let's see now. Action interactive, create interactive splines. Great. So there you go. Now you can see like the little hairs is not like super big and everything's gonna look a little more accurate. So now before start the grooming, one thing we have to do is we're gonna paint, or actually we're gonna select only in the area that we're gonna groom. For example, in this case, we only select this one here, this area. This is gonna be the beard. Let me see the reference. So it's gonna be more like a short hairs. This guy I have here, here short. Then we can do the masters later. So it's very rough. And I'm gonna actually try to not touch too much the lips. So I usually like to have a little more that more area. I prefer to have more than less, because if I want to, I can paint the mask later if I want to delete some hairs. So it's better if you have more than less for sure. Because once you paint the mask like this thing that I'm doing here, later you can change it, right? I mean, you can go back and repaint everything and re-room, but it's gonna take more time. So it's better if you have more from the beginning, from the get-go. So this is gonna be my beard base. So we're gonna create internet grooming splines, and we're gonna call it beard base. We're gonna have it. We're gonna leave it like 5 as default, and length we can leave it like that. Great. Because I will save this. Save this. So we're gonna guide first, because I like to use guides for. But let me go back and change to internet grooming, because it's better for. Yeah, you can see better the options. Okay. Let me stop the render here because right now it's eating my table. This is something. Oh, damn. Yeah, okay. Let's go back to Maya. Okay, so we're gonna create guides here. So if you go here and press create, so now we see that I have guides. I prefer to use guides because it's more easy to manipulate. So if you go here, for example, go here in the stop and then edit, come for example, comment. Remain. So we're gonna try to keep the flow of the beer. Let's reduce a little bit the size. I like to use Action Interactive because it's more easy to manipulate. I mean, you don't have to set up too many things, but you can use Action Live, sorry, the Action Core, which is more accurate, but takes more time. It's the one that I need to see. If I press Shift right click, I can see like different options. I want to see what is the thing guides. I want to place one guide there. Place brush. Is this one? Yeah, you know. I also have something that I like, and then I can go back and activate my hairs, so I can sculpt a little more here. I like to deactivate the when I'm working on the shape of the guys. I like to deactivate the grooming because it's more, if you have it activate, it's more slow. So it's easy if you have it like turn it off. Keep the flow of the beer, so you can watch. You can check different reference if you want. In this case, like usually it's the same flow in all the groomings. So like this flow. I mean, generally speaking, you always have the same. So see now. So right now my hair is like too thick, so we can change the shape there, and can change like a little more less thickness. Let's try 25 maybe. and then we can add like a little bit like the shape of the hair. Right now is like everything is the same thickness, but I want to have less thickness in the tip, right? So we can have something like this. And then we can have more, like the density right now is very, like it's not, I need more density in a sense. Where's the thing? Yeah, here, density multiplier, like in the beer base, I can add more, say 2 plus 4. So there is definitely like a few hairs that is going like in different direction because I don't have um, enough guides, so I can go back and then go here and place. So we can place here, for example, but let's turn off. The more guides you have, it's gonna be easy for interpolate like different hairs, but it's gonna be more uh, harder to shape it. Try to not go inside the mesh. Okay, so I'm not gonna, spend too much time on this. So I'm gonna bring up again. There you go. So we have to change the scale, because this one has to be like very short hairs. And we're gonna have little noise, slow, low frequency, and so this is gonna be like I can add a little bit of variation in the scale, but let's keep it like this right now. Yeah, let's see how it looks now in the render, right? So we're gonna export this as a geometry. So we're gonna save it, and then we're gonna go for fashion generate. Oops, everything looks in generate. So we're gonna think convert internet grooming to polygons. I think it's this one. Check. Yeah, this one. So we're gonna convert my all my hair, like all my grooming there, to mesh, and we're gonna combine the mesh, like because if I don't put combine, everything's gonna like be like individual hairs, would say, right? So if everything we have like one mesh. So we have, yeah, everything else should be fine. So let's convert it. That's it. So okay, what the can modify this? So my hair, you can see my, so this is my hair combined converted to geometry. So we're gonna export this, action, save it as so obj, obj, and we're gonna call it beard index. Okay, so let's save it. Then go back to Marmoset. Since I'm using like a different scale, like as you can see right now, my scale is big, right? So I have to go here. Actually, let me put first in my folder here, my chart folder. We're gonna scale down to um, 0.1 scales. 0.1 because we scale it like 10 times in Maya, so which means I have to scale down 10 times, right? So right now my model, I mean my mesh is in the right place, but of course my material right now is not the correct one, right? So we have to change to this template here, and we can use the hair. So let's create a new group, and we're gonna call it grooming because we're gonna have like a lot of different things going. And actually, we're gonna create a new folder here in the chart. We're gonna call groom because now we can turn it off anytime. And then we're gonna put this guy here, here, and then I'm gonna call it here base. Okay, so let's try one thing here. Let's add a subdivision, and then we need to let me check something here. Yeah, because if I check the hair from the back view, like from this side, I know I see like it's nothing there, right? Because my mesh doesn't have like a two sides view, so right, so we had to put it like in here and cool back faces. We had to turn it off, and then here in the color, we can try to change. We can play with the color here, right, and try to find like something that looks a little bit more natural, maybe more. It's adding a little more like a variation in the skin, right? So it's not like perfect. Yeah, I think it's going in the right direction there. Let me do a render because I can't see too much. What's that? I can see something in the screen of the. Oh, there you go. Okay, let's check this render here. Alright, yo, so you can see now, right? So it's adding more, like more realism. So if you compare this one, let's say which is more like flat, you can see here, right? So it's getting like it's getting more realism from adding more like variation in the skin and more like grooming, you know, things in the, that's going on there. And definitely we can have now the mustache, this guy here, but this one is has it could be actually it's going to be a little more hard to shape it, but we can try. So we're gonna do like another selection here because I want to focus only in this area. Let's do here. Let's actually hide this one here because I don't want to focus. I don't want to focus on this area one. So we're gonna have not here. Yeah, you can see here, right? Like shape, gonna shape it this way. Again, I'm going to paint a little more actually. That because I actually prefer to have more than less. So, so sure that I understand the point. So okay, something like that. Let's try now. Let's create interactive. We're gonna call it. I think it has a specific name. This kind of mustache. Mustache names. So this one is called prospector. I think is. So we're doing something here. Yeah, let's call it Walter. Walter. We like Walter. Walter. Again, so we're gonna do the same. Gonna create guides. Then here we're gonna create it. We're gonna hide the groom. We're gonna add a few more. So yeah, all is gonna, I mean, it's gonna only allow me to add guides on where actually I paint the mask before. For some reason, okay, what is going on with this? Oh, okay, hey, okay, now you can see. I don't know why it killed the scene before. So I was saying like I can't paint here because my mask, my original mask, when I paint the polygons is like it's limited. So I only can paint like inside the mask. So okay, now can scale, but we can scale it in a different way now. We're gonna use length in the min length. Well, we're gonna use like try one first in the min and max as well one, and let's try flat. So let's try two flat. So this is gonna be more close to what I want. So then we can commit. Where's the comp? Yeah. So we're gonna find the reference like more sharp, more close to the reference here. I need to add more length here. Shape. So, so the more length there, because the mustache is gonna grow, right? It's gonna grow all the way here, and then the guy actually cut it. So we might need to add more length to it. So let's add. If you go back to my length, then I paint the same. 3. Then commit again. Little mess there because the mustache is not perfect, of course. And then we can create a new layer here, new scoop layer. Maybe. So because we're gonna modify, so we have like a different layers. So in the case we need to go back or something. So we're gonna use a new layer. We're gonna put it edit, and then we're gonna use the cut. Cut it. So in the case, okay, probably I cut it in the wrong way. So we're gonna can delete it. Do it again. So I don't want to cut too much. There you go. So let's see how it looks now with the grooming itself. And let's go here. The same thing we did before. Change the length. Sorry, the width and everything. Thickness. I think it's they change the shape. This one is going to be a little more thickness, more thicker, I would say. Because usually it's more thick. And then density. Density probably 4. Yeah, okay, it's not bad. And then probably thickness has to be a little more less around here. And then we can add modifier noise. Like you can see, it has a little noise there, but it's not gonna be like. I mean, you can, yeah, we can do it that way, or we can do it more manually, and then like adding like actually scoop layers, um, and modifier sculpt, so we can paint it more manually, right? So we can go here and go to freeze. Oh, sorry, not freeze. No, noise. So we can add more noise, specific areas, and less. I think it's shift. No, throw pattern now. One of those. So we can add that, and we can add like another secondary noise there, which is more like this, like less frequency and more. magnitude. One thing that I noticed is in this case I might need to add more like uh, like subdivision in the mesh because right now it looks like very like low res. For example, you can see here. Let me save before. Try 16. There you go. So I can see more details there. And let's try more. 32. Rebuild. There you go. Thing that I forgot to add before actually adding noise is the clamp modifier. The clamp is gonna add like a little bit like a more like a groups of different hair. Intensity of 5. There you go. And then we can clamp it there. Try 2 or maybe 4. And then we can add the noise on top. Do we need more more density here? Let's try 6. Definitely like my guides need to be a little more. This one more like this. You can see the shape there. There you go. And let's add this sculpt on top. But I'm gonna delete this one and then add a layer there. We're gonna cut a little bit there because like actually the guy cut it himself or something. There you go. So I think this is looking fine at the moment. So we can export this again. Let's do the same. Generate, convert interactive room to polygons, combine mesh, use width map, blah blah, and convert. So it's done. We're gonna export it. Let me actually copy the name and export it as a OBJ. There you go. So now let's bring it to Marmoset. To scale it down 10 times. to the group itself, like in the geometry, deactivate the cool back face, and we can add like one solution there, and we can duplicate this one, call it check. This one is going to be more white. So it needs like more. Try different values here. It's more nice there. Like it looks very flat. Let me try. So we're gonna delete this one and add more noise. Okay, let's try now. Bird. Then export again. Yeah, maybe it's the color. Doesn't feel like it has like a depth. Playing with different values here. See if I can get something I like. Let's try one more thing here. Let's let's try with more. Let's change a little bit the shape. Or let's say less thickness and add more quantity. Okay, this is the problem when I have, yeah, when I have this club. If you add more density, it's gonna break the thing. So you have to be careful with that. Set it's at 12. Okay, let's break down this. And then we're going to pull in blah blah blah. Perfect. And then we save it again. Export selection. Let's see. Okay, I think it's looking a little better now. Yeah, I don't like the color now. I mean the black works a little better honestly. Okay, let's do a render and see how it looks in the render because right now it doesn't feel like it's gonna do anything here. But definitely doesn't feel right. Maybe it looks better without. Let's see. Let's do a render here. Maybe it needs a little more shape actually, and everything looks like. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not bad, but it doesn't look right. Maybe it's in the root and less in the tip and more shape here. Like right now, it feels very unnatural. Like it feels like everything is, I don't know, very flat. I'm trying to shape it a little more, like more close to the guy. Just cut it. Now delete. Now the new layer. Okay, let's try this one. See how it looks now. The render. see like too much different though. Let's try like this. Less noise. And let's try a different color here, maybe more yellowish. Oh, there you go. I think it's looking better. So this is more like a try and error, honestly. Let's try with the volumetric. Let's see a different lighting. Oh, look at this. Changed a lot the color. It's not bad. Um, something. Because I'm gonna bring the my eye eye setup because I want to wrap this up today. Let me see. I'm gonna save this. See. So I'm playing with different values here because honestly, I'm like testing which one is looks better. Okay, so I'm gonna bring my eye setup that I have from my other project. This guy basically. So I'm gonna export. Yeah, gonna export this. Save this one. There you go. Export. We can save this one Chronicle as well. This, yeah, gonna export it. In the corner. I think it's this one. I'm gonna use the cornea. Or okay, and this one. Let's steer. Put it here. We're gonna create a new group. Ice. Import. Sclera. The iris. Okay. Okay, it's weird. I think my alpha is not matching with my other eyes. Let's get there. No, this one, tier line. There you go. And then we're gonna bring Karanko on this one. Okay, yeah, it's not matching. Yeah, my eyes, the scale of my eyes is not correct one. Let me see if I can do something here. Yeah, definitely it's not the same size. I think this guy has a really nice. Oh, check. Yeah, I think it's more really nice for me. So it looks like I need to change the. Can I can change it very quick here in Maya. Like I'm gonna scale this. So I can select my this one and this one. Scale it because right now my UBC is not matching with the other one. So I can do very like something very dirt here. I'm gonna if I scale up a little bit, the eyes should be bigger. Let's try. So there we go. Now much a little better, but probably has to be a little more. Bigger, let's say around here. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's perfect. One thing that is not working is the carbuncle. So I'm gonna do the same for my carbuncle and see. Actually, I might need to bring my texture there because I don't know. And the other thing we do is let me do first. Where's the texture here? Yeah, I want to see where actually save this texture, but I can't remember. Should be here maybe. check. Cool. Where I save it. It's cool. Hmm. Yeah, I'm trying to find the texture that I use here, but I seems to be. Okay, one thing that I can do though is Cool. Sport. Let's see where the views is. Okay, so yeah, it's a different. Yeah, it's a different view. That's the problem. Okay. You can match it. So perfect, but yeah, just for now. But actually, no. Yeah, I need to fix this one, but I'm gonna fix it later. I don't want to spend too much on this, so let's put this one. Then it's not bad though. It's working fine. Too much shyness. Let me. I think the only thing that's left now need to add is only the eyebrows. 'Cause right now it's very flat here. So this guy have a little eyebrows there. They added before. Let's let's wrap it up for today because I think can't do like even if it keep doing this thing is feel like you have to stop in some point because otherwise you always you get bored to see all the same thing. Come back with fresh eyes. But yeah, let's do a render. Feel like the eyes has to be a little more smaller. Can fix it. Bring this in here. Like my mask is can feel like it's too big. This is something pretty weird, but something yeah, I think this is better because right now the eyes, yeah, now feels better. Smaller because right now, before it looks looking like a little bit like cartoonish. Filter it. Let's add one more, but black and white. Mm, I really like this one. Matrix. Let's add, let's do a render with it. Let's add one more black and white. Camera 4. Polaroid. No. Here. Places. Let's add more noise film. More like this reference. So this is like adding more composition. Try something here. Mm, I'm gonna use something like a as a background. Just create something quick here. Get playing something. It's too big. You can have like a wallpaper texture. Let's see if we can find something really quick. I think this is gonna work fine anyway. I'm trying to match. the lighting here. Yeah. So I'm trying to find a lighting that actually helps the eyes as well. There you go. I think it's Nice. So let's render it. Yeah, I think it's fine for today. It's like I think it's not helping too much. Okay, so this is basically so just to compare again. This is first, before starting texture and everything. This is now. So this post process texture, working like a little texture variation and other things. And of course, we can better like another version which is like more black and white, like in Wild West. And I think it's good. Of course, I can keep going with it and adding more, working with it, like adding different lighting here. This one's good as well. Let me render this one too, because I can see the shapes of the face very clearly. And let me add background. And that's it for today. Let's finish this render and we're gonna call it. Let's save this. Boom, there you have it. Of course, a lot of things to fix, but yeah, I think it's for the time that we have. I think it's looking good. So yep, let's wrap it. I hope you guys like it, and yeah, probably might might do another one next week or something. Finish, adding the eyebrows and fixing, adding more wrinkles and fixing the skin and stuff. But I feel like things looking great so far. So yep, hope you guys like it, and I hope you see you around like the next stream. Have a good one. Bye bye.